Hello, everybody, on this Thursday, still morning in Washington, D.C. It is the Georgetown Hoyas and the Providence Friars as Big East play continues. Both teams in some different parts of the Big East table this year. Georgetown are at the basement, still looking to pick up their first Big East win in nearly 365 days, and looking for today to be the day. Meanwhile, the Providence Friars, hey, they're 10-9 in conference play this year, and really doing a nice job and contesting quite a bit, but trying to sneak in to the postseason, needing to pick up some wins, and looking for an opportunity here. I'm Christian Taylor, glad you're with us here on YouTube. And the first batter for Providence is Elisa Smith. She's the left fielder and goes up against Avery Wismar of Georgetown. On this sunny day, a little bit of wind, and it's blowing towards the outfield. 1-1 the early count on the fast Elisa Smith, who can play just about anywhere. Junior out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Pitch on the way, clobbered into left field, and just beyond Nina Sarlo, it rolls to the wall. Smith actually tripped her on first base. Otherwise, that would have been an easy 2 for her, but she's held to 1, and it's the leadoff hit that Providence would have been looking for today. Now Smith on the base path, she is 9 of 11 in stolen bases this year, so watch out for her. As Gabby Lee steps in, the center fielder. Got a lot of speed at the start of this lineup for Providence. As the bunt is laid down, it's Strittmatter who slides in. It's a really nice play, but the runner advances. And Emma Duma, who also has a little bit of pace, but also with a little bit of power stepping in here. She's got 8 doubles this season and a home run, hitting in this 3 spot. An experienced team for Providence, returning a lot of players from last season, and she is one of them. As we'll run through this starting lineup. On deck for Providence is Emma Eichten, who is catching. Cameron Dunn is 5th. She is at first base, and she's looking to get out of a little bit of a slump right now. 1-0 from Wismar with a runner at second, as it's 2-0. Batting 6th is the designated player, Julia Rennie. 7th at second base is Rachel Petrarca. Here comes Wismar and gets a nice cutter, swung on and missed for Duma. Batting 8th in right field is Gabriella Sebastian. And 9th in pitching is Alyssa Toomey, with playing flex at third base, Sophia Peterson. 2-2 moves the count for Avery Wismar, who is looking for another really good outing. She did so well in the game against Towson, as this one's hit into shallow right field. Sliding into it is Park. Tagging up, going to third is Smith. And so Providence using some small ball, if you will, to advance the runner to third. That is 2 away for Emma Eichten, the sophomore. The catcher stepping up in a big spot here in the first inning, looking to begin things well. After all, you know, in yesterday's game for Providence, in that 5-1 win against Georgetown, they did strike for 1 in the first inning. And it was that big 6th inning that really got them going. As there's a strike. Georgetown had done a nice job of tying things up in the 3rd inning, but Providence, they took the lead in the 5th and then 3 more in the 6th to put on the 5 runs. Strike 2. Getting the win yesterday, it was Tori Grafone. She moves to 8-8 this season. Kayla Dunn drops to 5-13. This one's popped up at second. And closing the glove is Brooke Rebhan. So Georgetown strand the runner at third for Providence as we head on forward to the bottom of the first inning. Hoya is able to hold Providence without a run in the top of the first inning, and now it's their chance to face Alyssa Toomey, the sophomore pitcher from Warwick, Rhode Island. And she's looking to put together another good performance today. Toomey starting her 14th game of the season, and ball one early. That 14th start is second most on this team, just behind Grifone, who started in yesterday's game. Chopper at short, it's Duma. Throw to first in time, one away. Claire Turner's up for Georgetown. Center fielder wearing number 12. And good to see her back in this lineup. She's going down hard in the Creighton series. A little bit of time to recover. Actually had another scary moment against Towson where she did run into the fence as well, but she made the catch there and looks at ball one. Now here's how the lineup looks for the Hoyas. Emily Strittmatter is third. She is on deck. Sammy Fenton fourth at shortstop, a spot that's worked out for her just a little bit here. Elevates for 2-0. Abby Kozo bats fifth. She's at first. Naya Campos, sixth as the designated player. Seventh, Holly Pardini behind the plate. Toomey on the 2-0 with one out. Wind up and the pitch. And a good snag by Emma Eichten behind the plate. Gabby Park is batting eighth. She's in right. And Nina Sarlo bats ninth in left field. That is how Georgetown rounds out three balls, no strikes. Here it comes. And there's a strike to keep it in for Turner, who is the junior from Palo Alto, California. A Cal Nuggets product. Something that a lot of players on this team can say. Making their way out east from California. And there's a walk for Turner. It's her ninth walk of the season. Emily Strittmatter at the plate. Yesterday, Strittmatter 0 for 3, had a strikeout. Left two on base. And elevating there for ball one. This Georgetown team was able to muster up 6 hits yesterday. 2 of them belonging to Gabby Park. The middle of the lineup in Fenton, in Kozo, and in Campos, all getting a hit on the day. So too the one standing at first, Claire Turner. But Strittmatter did not. Trying to change the Talk about that today as it scoots away from Eichton. Allows Turner to easily roll into second. 2-0 the count is, and it's Toomey, who is now trying to find the strike zone, and time is called. Now Toomey this season, win-loss record of 3-9. It's a 5.48 ERA. 3 complete games, 69 innings pitched. It's a total of 46 strikeouts as well. And she's coming off of a good season, really. As a freshman, led the team in ERA last year at a 3.12. Had 9 complete games, 130 innings pitched. And so after that quick talk, maybe just to settle some things down for her, she'll readdress Emily Strittmatter with a runner at second base. Chance for Georgetown just to kind of surround her a little bit with some pressure. 2-0. Chopper right at the Providence dugout. We're here at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. First pitch today at 11:56 a.m. It's our doubleheader today. Second game will start 30 minutes after this first one concludes. Here comes the pitch from Toomey as it's fouled high and back. And moves it to 2-2. Strittmatter, sophomore from Scottsdale, Arizona, by way of Desert Mountain High School. One of these sophomores who are really making some noise this season. Kozo being another one of those. Brooke Rebhand too. Full count. And Turner's still at second base. Remember, on deck is Sammy Fenton. She had 3 hits against Towson on Tuesday night. Again, had a hit yesterday. 3-2 comes. Foul tip, just stays alive here. I mean, like barely got a touch to it. Just enough to separate it from home plate. Georgetown looking to get as many runs as possible. Anything they can do to help out Wismar inside the circle. And there goes Turner towards third after the pitch, and she gets it safely. Trying to catch Providence off guard. So a walk to Strittmatter, but Turner said, you know what, I'm going to see if I can get third. And she does exactly that. And so now runners at the corners, 1 out. Double play is still an option. But we will see if Strittmatter wants to try and get second base. Try to lure them into Claire Turner stealing home. First pitch on the way as it's ball low. Strittmatter somewhat threatening over there at first. We mentioned how Fenton's seen her game change a little bit since she's moved to this 4 spot. Understands the responsibility she has at this role and swings and misses through that. And there goes Strittmatter to second. It was a really good cutoff by Petrarca to prevent Claire Turner from doing anything. The runners at second and third for the Hoyas, 1 out. So it pretty much takes that double play off the board. And Toomey with some first inning trouble for Providence. Just inside for 2-1. Fenton, the grad student from Ventura, California, transferring in from Penn as a part of the Ivy League and now a part of the Big East. 2-1. Pitch coming in. Stays at the knees and doesn't hit the strike zone. Moves it to 3 balls and 1 strike. Remember, first base is open. Abby Kozo is on deck. Kozo's somebody who could be due for a big game today. Fenton swings at the next pitch, fouled away. 3-2. This out, very important if Toomey can find it. Look into the dugout. And now here comes the pitch. Fenton gets a little bit under this as it goes to the wall. Here comes Strittmatter rounding third. Fenton's into second, and she will stay there. It's a 2 RBI double for the shortstop. Georgetown have the lead. Folks, we told you this 4 spot has become a revelation for Fenton here at the end of her career. She is hitting the ball extremely well now, seeing it well. Now it's Abby Kozo. Hoya's with a 2-0 lead. Folks, this Hoya's team have lost 20 straight Big East matchups, dating back to last year. It was late April of 2024. And oddly enough, that last win was against Providence in Game 2 of the series. I'm looking to try and repeat some history here. And certainly more importantly, try to get Coach Carla Ross her first Big East win. It shows how difficult this conference is. You know, Georgetown haven't done too bad in non-conference play this year. Grounder at short. Duma has to handle this here, and Kozo outruns it. I think there was maybe a half a second for Duma where she was trying to find the ball in her glove and maybe thinking about trying to get Fenton out at third. And it allowed Kozo to reach first. Anaya Campos, the runners at first and third. But indeed, you know, Georgetown is, as we talked about, this is a team that was 8-3 to start the season. Foul ball just won 1 game since then, since the starts of March, and that's kind of when conference play began. Wasn't too long after that mark. 16. Those losses in this stretch have been because of that. Of course, there have been some other non-conference losses, but you're seeing some other results. After all, this team did get a win on the road at George Mason. Non-conference play, 5-3. These are some Big East teams who have seen this program multiple times. 0-2 to count to Campos. And looks at strike 3. Out number 2. Holly Pardini next. .188 this season with 15 hits, 10 RBIs. Two outs here. Delivery coming, and Pardini swings through strike 1. And Pardini, another sophomore as well, another Cal Nuggets product. Danny Koo, another one of those, is we'll keep discussing that today. 0-2 now. Just a really reliable catcher, certainly on the defensive end. Her ability to get runners out has been very impressive. Trying to add a little bit to this portion. 0-2 is Toomey looking to get out of this inning, and she gets it there. A couple strikeout looking to conclude the inning, but Georgetown get two. Sammy Fenton continues to rake a 2 RBI double. Let's go to the second. Georgetown leading 2-0. It's 5, 6, 7 for Georgetown, or for Providence rather, in the top of the second inning. And for Georgetown, they have taken the lead 2-0 out of that first inning. 2 RBI double from Sammy Fenton. And so they'll look to tack on and hold on. But right now, Avery Wismar trying to continue some good pitching. Talked about that performance against Towson where she threw 4 scoreless against the Tigers and allowed Georgetown back into the game. Ended up losing the game, but not by too much. They had brought the tying run to the plate. Foul territory, this has popped up. It's Strittmatter reaching over her head right at the dugout to retire Cameron Dunn. As Julia Rennie, the DP for Providence, 150 this season. This is just her 14th game on the year. Has 3 hits. Pulls in ball 1. One 0 coming. Good job staying off of it. Make it 2 balls and no strikes. Well, this Georgetown team, it's been a while since they've had a lead here in this stadium as it's clobbered foul. Last time they've had a lead at home, you have to go to March 21st against Villanova. They actually led that game, same margin, 2-0 for a few innings. For the Wildcats struck for 5 in the 3rd inning. As Rennie will trot to first after getting hit by that pitch. Wismar loses the DP. Rachel Pacharka. As a pinch runner will come on. Becca Weaver, the freshman from Cary, Illinois. And now Pacharka fouls it away. Though Pacharka, the second baseman, senior out of Clearwater, Florida. Just a really good defensive player. Play middle infield. Seen her play a little bit of shortstop. She's at second base today. Foul ball. And Petrarca this season sitting at a .235 average, has 20 hits as well. As this one absolutely towers, but Fenton calling off everybody. Second out belongs to her. And Gabriella Sebastian now stepping in. And here's how the defense looks for Georgetown. Behind the plate is Holly Pardini. First base, Abby Kozo. Second base, Brooke Rebhan. Third base, Emily Strittmatter. And at short, we talked about her, Sammy Fenton. Wismar goes home, and it's a strike called. The outfield is Nina Sarlo in left, Claire Turner in center, and Gabby Park in right field. 0-1 the count. As it hooks away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gabriella Sebastian, senior from Ramsey, New Jersey, by way of Ramsey High School. And looks at ball 2. Providence, the lone base runner is Becca Weaver at first base. Pinch running for Julia Rennie after getting hit by a pitch. Lisa Smith singled to start the game, but that has been the only hit from Providence so far. And just like that, Wismar is a strike from getting out of this inning. The top of the second. Happy you're with us today here on YouTube. Excellent Big East battle. Wismar strikes out Sebastian. Leaves one on. 2-0 is the lead for Georgetown as we head to the bottom of the second. Now Georgetown back at the plate in the bottom of the second inning. Pleasure to have you with us today. It's a doubleheader day. You always gotta love days like this. Just get nothing but good Big East softball ahead of you here at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. It will go 8-9-1 for the Hoyas, starting with Gabby Park, who we mentioned had a pretty good day yesterday. Couple of hits against the Friars. 1-0 pitch comes in as it curls in at the hands, and a good layoff by Park. Park, the junior from Franklin Lakes, New Jersey. He's a finalist for North Jersey Player of the Year 2021-2022. Over there at Immaculate Heart Academy. She lays down the bunt, really quickly reacted to by Peterson, and it results in the first out. That one slightly more routine for third base, but you still gotta be ready. This is Nina Sarlo. Again, this sport of softball, I mean, you talk about a hot corner in baseball, but in softball, it is 30 feet closer, and then you got players sprinting in to handle the bunt. So you end up, at times, upwards of maybe 30 feet away. maybe even closer depending on what you're trying to do. So just imagine the reaction time you need to have when either a bunt's laid down or you got a slap hitter or whatever it may be, as that one escapes out of the hand of Toomey. And the same thing kind of goes for first base. When a bunt's laid down, you see those corners absolutely drop in, and you have to go at it quick. You have to. You cannot wait a second. One and one. And it equals a strike. Same thing goes for anything hitting to the outfield. Because of the base paths and because of how quick some of these runners are, a lot of hits into the outfield result in runs just from second, which does happen in baseball too, but you really like your chances. If you're hitting a gapper in softball, you could very much see 3 bases out of that. Just have to be on your toes every step of the way. The game is fast, and it's so much faster at this level. 1 and 2 for Sarlo. And able to lay off that cutter. 2 and 2. Well, this Georgetown team, as we mentioned, 9 and 25 this season, 0 and 16 in Big East play, but they've got a 2-0 lead right now. Pitch comes in and swung on and missed. Toomey hung in there. Noting having a couple here in this inning that have just about gotten away, but gets right back in. It's Sarlo, the young freshman. And it's back to the top of the lineup for Brooke Rebhan, the second baseman. Delivery through as it's a ball outside. Rebhan doing a nice job of pulling back the bunt chance. Well, she grounded out to short to start the game. That was before Georgetown hit for 2. Toomey sends it home. 2-0. Here's how the defense looks for Providence. Emma Eichten behind the plate. Cameron Dunn at first. Rachel Petrarca at second. Emma Duma short. Sophia Peterson at third. Toomey stares in and moves it to 3 balls, no strikes. Elisa Smith's in left field. Gabby Lee in center. Gabriella Sebastian in right. That is a speedy outfield. That is for sure. We got a helicopter passing over top of us right now. 3-0 coming as it moves up to ball 4. So Rebhan helping to keep this inning alive. Claire Turner back into this here. She walked in the first inning, came around to score a run. And she just kind of meandered her way around the base paths through each batter. Just good to see her back in the lineup after missing a few games. Didn't miss too many, but missed a few. 268 average this year. Really solid in that 2 spot. 26 hits this year. As wind picks up a little bit and Turner stares in at strike 2. And not only do you have somebody who is seeing the ball better and can hit well, but that 2 spot is so hard to get right. You know, you have an idea who your leadoff player could be, maybe your 3 or your 4 spot, but the 2 hitter's always tough. And there's a swing and a miss as Turner goes down on strikes. And Toomey with now 2 strikeouts in this inning, 4 in the game. We go to the 3rd inning. It is 2-0 for Georgetown. we go to the third as Providence are back at the plate. Avery Wismar pitching pretty decently so far as it's the pitcher, Alyssa Toomey, the lone batter to not see the plate today. Pitcher tries to help out her own cause. Seen a lot of teams come in here in recent games, and the pitchers stay to pitching, but there are still a lot of teams who like to have their pitchers hit as well. After all, they are really talented softball players. You kind of got to do that at times at the high school level, too. And this one ripped into right field, and you see she helps out her cause. And Toomey gets her first hit of the season. Just a couple of at-bats coming into this game this season. And Toomey looked really solid there on that hit. Now, last season she hit .313, but it was 5 hits and a double. Had an RBI as well. Really hasn't had too many plate appearances in her career. 22 overall at-bats last season. And this one elevates behind Pardini. Skips off of her glove, and Toomey's into second base. And demonstrating how fast she is. Now, Lisa Smith, she singled. She's one of 2 hits for Providence today. Pitch comes home. It's to 2-1. So Smith this season, .358. I've seen that batting average of hers really jump up from last year to this year. It's been really impressive to watch. Strike 2 is called. You know, just last season for Elisa Smith, she was batting .195 at a .220 slugging percentage. Looks to hit it into left field. Sarlo just can't get to it before it hits the dugout. Two and two to Elisa Smith. Wismar goes home with that. Another one hit into left field. This time it stays in fair territory. Sarlo gloves out number 1 for this third inning. And now it sets up Lee. Lee with a sacrifice bunt in the first inning. She's always just been really impressive. Now she stands at 5 foot even, the junior from Belmont, California. She has speed. She has really good attention to detail. And she swings the bat really well. It's really consistent when it comes to what she does out there. Just gets the hit. It's maybe just as simple as that. In her career, she only has 6 extra base hits. Just a really reliable player. And hey, you know, somebody in that 2 spot. We were just talking about that for Turner for Georgetown. And Lee's done a good job there as it skips away again from Pardini, and into third goes Toomey. One and two. Wismar on the delivery, and Pardini takes a hold of the riser. Yeah, but Gabby Lee has just really been an excellent piece for this Providence team the last few seasons. Last year, She hit 303, 42 starts in 45 games played in. Hit it third, Strittmatter hustles to first. Had to do so with the pace of Lee. And so that is the second out. Emma Duma, the shortstop, flew out to right field in the first inning. Is ready to go again. Hitting .261 this season. It's ball one. Well, your batters over 300 for Providence are all at batters 4 and 5, and talked about Smith as the leadoff hitter. Towering into right. Overcomes Park and makes the grab as she lightly falls into the fence. Well done by Wismar with a runner at third, getting a couple of outs there. Home half of the third coming up. 2-0 for Georgetown. Emily Strittmatter, Sammy Fenton, Abby Kozo for Georgetown in the third inning. This is the part of the lineup that did some damage in the first inning, as the Hoyas do have this 2-0 lead into their home half of the third inning. I'm Christian Taylor here with you on YouTube at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. And Alyssa Toomey is back on the rubber for the third inning. Now the uniform combo today sees Providence wearing the all-black uniforms today. Black socks as well, trimmed in white at the top, white numbers. Providence across the chest as well. 0-1 count. Moves to 0-2. And Georgetown wearing their home pinstripes today. Now they do just have a regular home white jersey, but they have a white pinstripe here too. Oh, 0-2 to Strittmatter. Walked, scored a run in the first inning. Wow, a lot of power on that swing, but it stays in foul territory. Strittmatter with a .330 batting average this season. As a sophomore, you're really seeing some continual growth out of her. After all, that average does lead the team. 0-2 comes in, and it'll stay alive here. Her 32 hits also leads the team. 7 home runs leads the team. Same thing with her 23 RBIs. So everywhere offensively, this has been her way to shine. Not to mention she's got a good glove on the defensive end. 1-2. I'll stay here. Didn't have a hit in yesterday's game, but had a 3-game hit streak coming in. 1 hit in the third game against Creighton. Went 2 for 3 against George Mason, and then 2 for 4 on Tuesday against Towson. Ended up scoring a run, had a double as well, and an RBI. But that game against George Mason, folks, she had a 4 RBI day. Grounded it short. This is Duma. 1 out. Sammy Fenton's next. And we talked to you just about what she's done as of late, Fenton. She's now up to 280 as a batting average this year. She's working on a 4-game hit streak and has hits in 5 of her last 6, starting with Game 1 against Creighton. But from Game 3 against Creighton, went 1 for 3. Mason went 1 for 4 with a run scored. Towson 3 for 4. And then yesterday 1 for 2. After all, she was having some trouble getting those hits. And really at the end of February is where she really announced her presence here for Georgetown. Remember that Charleston Southern game on February 8th? She went 3 for 4. That is her tied for her season high of hits in a game. After going 3 for 4 against Towson on Tuesday, that tied it up. But in that stretch there, from about the start of February to the end of February, she had hits in 7 of 8. Missed a couple of games in that stretch, of course, but locked and loaded. 1-2 count. Reached for it low. Going to have to hustle is Duma, and she does just exactly what's needed. Back-to-back 6-3 putouts. There are so many good shortstops in this conference. One of them was just at the plate, but one just put her out. Abby Kozo, first baseman, singled in the first inning. 297 average this year, which is good enough for second on the team. And a couple pitching performances too, including the Towson game. She had 4 earned runs. She did not record it out. Sage Hager came in, allowed a few, and then Wismar jumped into that game and again kept the Tigers off the board. Kozo with a fly ball to left. It might drop here, and it goes foul. It did drop, but not in the spot that Kozo maybe wanted. She does have hits in back-to-back games now, after only having 2 overall hits in her previous 7 games. Her success was happening at the end of February, start of March. 8 straight games where she had a hit. It was a St. John's series where she went 0 for 3, but then kind of continued good play. 3 for 4, then a 1 for 3 day in Game 3 of this series. It's a roller at first. That's done, and outruns Kozo to the bag. 1-2-3 for Toomey in the 3rd inning. Let's go to the 4th. Georgetown at 2, Providence 0. Providence stepping in. Emma Eichten for the 4th inning. And Providence trailing 2 runs to 0 to Georgetown, who are holding on to a lead here. And as we mentioned, first lead in this building, if you will, since mid-March. And Wismar rolling in some really nice innings here now. Our ERA is at 6.06 this year. Still looking for her first win of the season. Moves to 1-2. Wismar, in her pitching career, does have 2 wins. They were both picked up last season. 2-16 in her career. Is in line for one right now as she'll look to retain it. Would love to do so here in her senior year. But last year she really saw an emergence in reps there on the rubber. 3-2. Moved from a total of 26 innings pitched in her entire career in her first 2 seasons to 51. And this year's at about 36 innings. And walks the leadoff batter in Eichton. For Cameron Dunn. First baseman popped out to third base her last time up in the second inning. Wismar, you're just seeing more confidence for her. Well, definitely as this season's gone along. We talked about the type of performance she's coming off of. Wismar against Towson through 4 innings, allowed just 2 hits. Had 2 strikeouts as well. Through an inning against Creighton in Game 3, didn't allow a run. Same thing in the first game of that series. And I came in to try and steady the ship after those Blue Jays had opened up the door. As everybody's going to chat here, including Pardini with Wismar. Now, even though a couple of the outings haven't been too long, Wismar overall has only allowed runs in 1 of her last 5 outings. That was 4 in Game 2 against Creighton. Went 2 innings against them. The only game that's really kind of run away from her is the Villanova game on March 22nd, the day after that last time that we mentioned that they led in a game here. Allowed 8 hits, 6 earned runs there. 8 overall runs crossing the plate. Well, it's nothing more than 5. And that was really only 1 time, nothing more than 4. Cameron Dunn still has to stay in there with that strike call. 3-1. Here comes Wismar. And bounces it away, and Bardini has to make sure she catches up to this because of Eichton's and her speed there at second. Eichton's speed can get you back-to-back walks for Wismar, and that will indeed have Cameron Dolby step out of the dugout, head out to the circle. Now, Coach Dolby spent 3 seasons as a private coach at 643 in Ashburn, Virginia. Pitching, hitting, and defense is what she coached, and it was Carla Ross who wanted her on her staff. Now, Cameron Dolby, she grew up in this area, watched Alexa Dolby play here at Georgetown. So it just means a lot for her to be here, but her playing career, she started it over at Boston College. Had a pretty decent record as a freshman with a 10-10 record, 116 strikeouts. And she went to South Florida as well. And she played into that COVID year. And since then has been coaching in the area, but now an assistant coach for the Georgetown Hoyas. Bunt is laid down. Well claimed to. But Becca Weaver with that sacrifice bunt, and the Dugout absolutely loving it for Providence. And gets absolutely mugged there. Now Weaver this season, that was her first at-bat. This is just her 9th appearance. Now able to move the runners over. That is a pretty successful opportunity for her. Now runners move over to second and third. 1 strike, 1 out. This game's just gotten a little bit louder, hasn't it? 0-2 for Rachel Petrarca, the second baseman. Popped out to short in inning number 2. Wismar goes home with this. Squirts out of the glove of Pardini. Let's see what Coach Dolby relayed to her, if it works out or not. 1-2. That's very close. Pardini held it there for a couple of seconds. And just like that, it is Petrarca who has a say in this at-bat again. 2-2. Called strike 3. Wismar with a little bit of momentum there and excitement. It's her second strikeout of the day. Gabriella Sebastian, the last hope for the Friars in inning number 4, trailing 2-0. Both runners are on thanks to a walk. They've been moved over thanks to Becca Weaver and her sacrifice bunt. Nothing in 1. Sebastian, she was the other strikeout that Wismar's dealt, swinging in the second inning. Wismar sends it towards Pardini, who blocks it. And this is where you really need to be good if you're a catcher. In this scenario, runners in scoring position, trying to prevent anybody from advancing. Eichton's at third, Dunn's at second. 2 balls, 1 strike. It's just a chess match between Wismar and these very talented Friars batters. 2-1 pitch, fouled away. 2-2. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out. 2-0 for Georgetown, and both teams with 2 hits today. Game 2 of the series, if you want to add on to that. Here it comes. Ripped at Fenton. That's an unbelievable grab. Saving 2 runs. And the Hoyas take this 2-0 lead into the bottom of the 4th. After that explosive end to the fourth inning, the top of the fourth inning, Georgetown are at the plate with Naya Campos. Well, Sammy Fenton had leaped out of her shoes to make that line drive catch, and it definitely saved two with the runners going. And that is why you need a veteran shortstop out there to make plays like that. And not only Fenton hitting the ball well, but she's defending really well too. So she's really, if you will, maybe +2 on the day. Can maybe add a little bit more to that. Swing and a drive. Deep right at the wall, and it's off the glove of Sebastian. Campos into second. Leadoff batter on for Georgetown. And that is an E9. Sebastian, a really good defender, but just happened to fall off of her glove. Sebastian in right field. That's just her second or third error of the entire season. That one is fair down the line. Campos is given the green light, and she scores. It's a double for Pardini and a run. 3-0 for Georgetown. Error led to a run. Georgetown will absolutely take it. Pardini taking advantage. And Georgetown 3-0 is their advantage. And a time is called. There's now a chat in the infield. Outfielders will do so too. The Providence coached by Kelsey Christensen in her second season. Really did a good job in at least increasing the wins from 2023 to last year. Remember in 2023 for this team, they had 15 overall wins. Coach Christensen came in, they're up to 22, got 5 more Big East wins. Which is maybe even more important as well. And now here she is in year 2, bringing back everybody. Really, the lone loss was Jackie Harrington, who did a lot, that's for sure. But to still have your core group of players back, I think is a testament to Coach Christensen. Just what she brings to the table and brings to this Providence program. Gabby Park stepping in. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs. A little late on the swing. 1-1. Happy you're with us today on YouTube. I'm Christian Taylor on this sunny afternoon in Washington, D.C. Doesn't really get much better than this. Toomey delivers home. Hit into center. Could be trouble. It is. It's off the wall in the air. And heading into second is Park. She gets in and caught Petrarca off guard. Didn't think that Park would have gone for 2, and she did. But because of the late jump by Pardini at second, wanting to make sure that Lee didn't catch it, she's only at third, but there's no outs. Nina Sarlo with a really big spot here. 2 RBIs in her young career. There is some stirring in the Providence pen. It's Emily Jonte, junior from Allen, Texas, taking some warm-up pitches. And she could be that next option for Coach Christensen. Bunt is laid down, trying to suicide squeeze here. They got it! And into second base goes Sarlo. It's her third RBI of her career. Georgetown lead 4-0. Wow, what a risk, and it paid off. And that could be it for Toomey. And let's see here, everybody just chatting right now. It looks like a full alignment switch everywhere. And the new pitcher actually is going to be Alana Hopkins for Providence. We'll take a breather, allow her to warm up, and we'll give you a couple of these changes if needed. But Georgetown, they lead 4-0. In the bottom of the fourth inning, it's 4-0 for Georgetown. Runners at second and third, no outs, trying to get more. And the new pitcher is Alana Hopkins, junior from Silva, North Carolina. Attended Smoky Mountain High School. And replaces Alyssa Toomey, who has the two runners on second and third. Those are hers. Hit it third. Quick check back by Peterson. It's a really good play for the first out, denying Rebhan of an RBI. Claire Turner now up. You just got to relive that moment. That sacrifice bunt by Sarlo. Tried to just lay one down in front of the plate. And it was Holly Pardini who was on her horse the moment that ball was bunted. And she got in safely, and Sarlo squeezed into second. Bunt laid down again, and it stays foul. They're going to try it again, Georgetown. Hoya's also taking advantage of that error that led off the inning. Gabriella Sebastian in right field. Campos had a lot of power behind the swing, but just off the glove, Sebastian. And everybody's continued around since. 0-2 to Claire Turner. 0 for 1 today. Struck out swinging in the second, but walked, scored a run in the first inning. Oh, and 2's the count to her. There is now one out. That ground out for Rebhan. 1-2. Also, Alana Hopkins, the pitcher for Providence. Junior, she started her career over at Appalachian State. 11 games played in 2 seasons. Back-to-back seasons with just 4 conference wins. But as an overall, the team went 21-30 last season. So she was looking for just a different place to play. Went into the portal. And Providence have been very happy to scoop her up. This is her 16th appearance this season. Already more appearances this year than her entire Mountaineers career at Appalachian State. It's an ERA of 6.17. 2 complete games, 42 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts. One and 2. Turner drives it into shallow center. Lee is sprinting in as it falls. Throwing to third. She's in safe, Sarlo. And into second goes Turner. 5th run for the Hoyas. And they continue to have runners on second and third. Turner with her 15th RBI of the season. Bats are alive and well in DC. Emily Strittmatter now. 2 outs in the 4th. This is a 3-run inning for Georgetown. Really helping out Avery Wismar. Has allowed 2 hits to this point. Or I beg your pardon, 1 out in this inning. Just makes this even more impressive for Georgetown. We'll certainly see how far Georgetown can go with the offense. Foul ball. Last time this team scored more than 5 runs in a game, you have to go to March 9th. Where they lost 14-6 at Seton Hall. But the time before that they scored more than 5 runs was a 16-4 win against Drexel. And at that time, remember, is when Georgetown were 8-3. That moved them to 8-3. March 1st. This is an offense that's been able to get hits, but haven't put them all together. Now there's been some timely hitting. 2-2. Hopkins delivers, and it's a great off-speed pitch. He gets Strittmatter swinging. 2 outs, but it is Sammy Fenton. Double and a couple of RBIs in the first inning. Those were the lone runs at that moment. Remember, she made that great defensive save. Just think about where this game would be had she not made the catch at short. It's opened the door. There's been a lot of enthusiasm for Georgetown in this inning. You saw the excitement when she sprinted off. She can add just a little bit more at the plate. 0-1, the count. Runners at second and third. And lays off a pitch that was curving back into the strike zone. Fenton, her last time up in the third, grounded out to short. The very talented Emma Duma. One and one. Curls away. It is ball 2. This inning all started with an E9. And back-to-back doubles. Really, a lot of players advancing to second base because of defensive Providence trying to get lead runners. Or throwing it elsewhere. Just heads-up base running by these Hoyas today. Two and two. Deuces are wild again. But this time the lead is 5-0. Pitch coming towards Fenton. Reaches for it. Stays at 2-2. Don't forget, second game coming up 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Delivery from Hopkins. Hit foul again. Things turning a little bit calmer here in DC. Sun out, has got a great week of weather approaching. Pitch coming again. Another good fight off by Fenton. From what's been just miserable weather these last few weeks. Weather in the 40s, maybe low 50s. It's 60s, 70s, 80s coming up here the next few days. Today's the transition day. 2-2. Hit into right center. Lee should have this tracked. She's gotten to it. She got a really good jump on it. And that concludes the inning. Georgetown hit 4-3. Their lead is 5-0 as we go to the fifth in Washington, D.C. Alyssa Toomey stays in, now playing the role of DP in the fifth inning for Providence, who now trail 5-0. It was Toomey who was pitching when it all just kind of started. She was then relieved by Alana Hopkins. Georgetown hit for 3 runs in the fourth inning. Wind up in the pitch from Wismar. Infield, Fenton steps underneath. Out number 1. Back to the top of the lineup for Elisa Smith. Singled in the first inning. A fly out to left in the third. In just the few moments you're seeing Providence for the first time that you've seen here. She has some speed. That there's another fly out to left. 2 outs. That first inning, you saw her really maneuver around the base paths well, but just unable to score. A couple quick outs, and Gabby Lee might try to change that. Couple ground outs to third. Sacrifice bunt, and just a relatively routine ground ball. Of course, nothing's routine when she's at the plate. You have to be on your toes. This Providence team, as we talked about, 17-23 overall, 10-9 in conference play. Just showing the quality of this conference as this one's hit into center, left center as it falls. Sarlo had to jump in for it. Just a really awkward spot for it. And both Turner and Sarlo kind of converged on it. And it lands as a really important hit for Gabby Lee. And actually, that results in a double for Lee. We talked about the lack of extra base hits in her career. That is the 7th of her entire career. Now, she did have a triple this year, but nothing beyond that. Fly ball on the right. This is Gabby Park, and the inning concludes with a fly out to right. Second time, actually third time Duma's done that. All 3 have gone out there. Bottom of the 5th inning, Georgetown, 5-0 advantage. We enter the bottom of the 5th inning, and it's a new pitcher for Providence. Emily Jonty, who we saw warming up, will take over inside the circle. Jonty this season, an 8.40 ERA. This is just her 3rd appearance this season. Her other pitching performances this season is leading off is Abby Kozo, followed by Naya Campos and Holly Pardini. Only other appearances this year have been in this month of April through 3 innings against Bryant, allowed 2 runs. And then UConn, 2 innings against them, 4 earned runs in that game. There's 69 pitches against Bryant, 50 against UConn. And she's working her way back after not playing at all last season. In her first season in 2023, she saw 6 appearances as a whole. Hit into left. It's a base hit for Kozo. Her 2nd hit of the day. Hoya is just really continuing to move this line. Hitting is contagious. Back for Naya Campos. It's early Emily Jonty, very talented pitcher. But trying to get back to full form. You know, she can hit too. Back in 2023, she hit 267 as this one off the glove of Eichten. Kozo into 2nd. But she had 4 hits. In 2023, had a home run, and oddly enough, it was against this Georgetown team that she hit that homer. You can see right now a conversation inside the circle. A demonstration on just a little bit of the way to go home on the pitch, trying to adjust that delivery. So Campos stepping in. A runner at 2nd. 1-0 count. Bottom of the 5th inning. 5-0 for Georgetown. Game 1 of this doubleheader. We've played upwards of just about an hour and a half here. 1 ball, 1 strike. So immediately after that conversation, 1 into the strike zone for her. Set up, here it comes. 2 balls, 1 strike. For Jonty, for Providence, held the top ERA in Texas in 2021. Get this, ERA of 0.23. Foul ball. Won the state championship, named to the all-tournament team in 2021 as well. Earned all-state, all-district honors 2 times as well. So a lot of good things entering college, but just been a little unlucky. Certainly missing all of last season. Getting a really important appearance today. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You can see there's a lot of enthusiasm in the way that she sends that ball across the plate. There's a decent bit of firepower in that right arm. Pitch comes through again. Hit deep in her right. It's carrying it over the fence. It goes. Campos, 2-run homer. 7 0, Georgetown. Campos with her 6th home run of the season. Good for 2nd on the team. And that's the power that they've been expecting out of her. And it puts Georgetown up to 7. For Holly Pardini, who doubled, scored a run in the 4th inning. So indeed now these 7 runs, the most that they have scored in a game since those 16 against Drexel on March 1st. Hits right back at Jaunty. First out of the inning. And it's Gabby Park who doubled, scored a run in the 4th inning. Having a good series against Providence for a multi-hit game yesterday. And could be in line for another one of those, depending what she does on this at-bat. Ball very low as it's away and out. Always a competitor in her at-bats, Gabby Park. Definitely on the defensive end, too. Solid right fielder for this team. When picking up just a little bit, Jaunty goes home. Bunt was shown and executed, but not connected with. On deck is Nina Sarlo for Georgetown, attempting to get their first Big East win of the season and first win since Game 2 against Providence of last year. Hit just into the gap, up the middle. Park, another multi-hit day. Nina Sarlo's back. Time called. Going to see if another pitcher will go out there for Providence. It might be the case. Looks like it is. And that's it for Jaunty. So the 4th pitcher now used for Providence. It's Tori Grifone, who had the excellent performance yesterday. We will take a breather for her, too. 7-0 the score. Georgetown leading Providence, bottom 5. So Grifone now the new pitcher for Providence. 4th different pitcher used today. As Nina Sarlo bats for the Hoyas. Had that RBI on the suicide squeeze, the bunt. That scored a run. And one of the more energy boosting RBIs and or runs of the day. besides the Campos homer. 1-1. So we mentioned what Grifone was able to do yesterday. She got the win. This one a tracker for Dunn, who was interested in it. It lands on top of the Georgetown dugout. But Grifone yesterday, her line was 7 innings pitched, went the whole way. 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts, allowed 6 hits. 1-2 to Sarlo. Popped up infield at third. It's taken by Peterson. For 2 outs now is Brooke Rebhan, the batter. 0 for 2. Walked in the second inning, but a couple of ground outs for her. Bottom of the 5th inning, 7-0 Georgetown. Grifone on the pitch. Foul territory, racing over our 3 players, and just landed in the bullpen. Running her heart out was Gabby Park. She was all the way over at third, halfway to home. Rebhan, the sophomore, 273 average, just been a really good leadoff hitter for Georgetown this year. Had that home run against Towson a couple days ago. Count leveled up at 1 apiece. Glad you're with us today. Georgetown, 2 runs in the first, 3 in the 4th, and now 2 in this 5th inning. They're holding on to things well. Open attack on another 1 or 2 as she gets the hits. Rebhan. Park stops in between second and third. Claire Turner's up. She's had a pretty decent day as a run scored. RBI in the 4th. Game-winning runs at second base, by the way, for the Hoyas. Game 1 of this doubleheader today. Grifone pitches and just misses the strike zone. Tried to paint the black a little bit. Also have to give a shout out to Avery Wismar today. Coming off of that brilliant performance against Towson. That's a strike. She threw 4 scoreless innings against them. And has gone with 5 scoreless against the Providence Friars in this first game of the doubleheader. Grifone mid above the head, tries to send it home, and it's a foul ball. 2 strikes on Claire Turner, the center fielder for Georgetown. And really solid number 2 hitter. Really everybody has had some sort of a say today. There's not a single person in this lineup who has not reached today. Rebhan was the last player not to get on base. Foul territory, and making the grab is Peterson. So that is it for the 5th. Georgetown hit for 2 more. They lead 7-0 going to the 6th inning. Providence trying to just get something off of Wismar in this game. So we head to the 6th inning, 4-5-6 for them. Emma Eichten, the batter. And a look at strike one for her. Providence coming into this series against Georgetown, they won 1 of 3 against UConn, winning game 1 4-1, but then dropping the next two, 17-6, and then a 16-0 loss in game 3 of the series. It was a doubleheader on Friday and then one game on Sunday. Against Seton Hall, they won 2 of 3. St. John's, they got swept. But it was really a good start to their conference play. They had swept DePaul in 3 games. They were able to get a game from Butler, won 2 of 3 against Creighton. That's what's put them at this 10-9 spot. Really not far away from that playoff position. Percentage-wise, prevents them from doing so. Good grab. So the top 6 are St. John's, UConn, Villanova, Seton Hall, Butler, Creighton. Well, Creighton showing how important those conference wins were. They've gone on a really good run here. 3-game win streak for Creighton, including sweeping Georgetown. We said in that series that there was very much a possibility, because they had a couple games in hand, of just really getting back into the conversation, and they did exactly that. But now it's just a really fun race on who's going to get in. Seton Hall, Butler are all 10-8, so we talked about Providence, they're 10-9. It's one loss out of that. Just a half game back. And Creighton at 8-7, so their conference winning percentage is at .533. At winning 8 out of 15. For Providence, .526 percentage, winning 10 out of 19. Called strike 3 on Eichten, who is halfway to first. First out of the 6th. It's Cameron Dunn in this 5th spot. 0 for 1, walked her last time up. Popped out to 3rd in the 2nd inning. Strike 1 called to her. Dunn, the sophomore from Washington. As we mentioned, just a little bit of a slump for her right now. She does lead this team in average at .366. 41 hits this year, which is second on the team. The home runs have been great with 7. Picked up first ball there. Dunn in her last few games here, unable to get a hit. She's hitless, including this game. Now her last 4. Has 1 hit overall. Counting this game, her last 7. Trying to break a little bit of something here. Before this drought for her, on an unreal run, had a 12-game hit streak. Had about 6 multi-hit games in that stretch. 2-2. Popped up. Turner, long stare into the sun, and she's got it, backing up. Second out. It's a lot of different things that can happen on a tall, towering fly ball like that. Well, Julia Rennie's back in. She re-enters. She was pinch hit for in the last inning, in the 4th. She got hit by a pitch in the 1st inning Rennie, right at shortstop. Fenton trying to recover, throws from her knee. Oh, she outran it. Rennie with a half a step ahead of it. Gets on base. Really good effort by Fenton at short. And so that is the first hit of the 6th inning for Providence, 4th overall hit. Rachel Petrarca trying to keep this inning around for Providence. Popped up behind the plate. Pardini doesn't have to move. So that threat quickly neutralized. Bottom of the 6th innings next. 7-0 for Georgetown. Emily Strittmatter for Georgetown. The bottom of the 6th inning, happier with us in Washington, D.C. Georgetown with a 7-0 lead against Providence in Game 1 of this series, or Game 1 of this doubleheader today. Game 2 of the series. And Georgetown just a few outs away from their first Big East win in a while. A lunging grab, a leaping grab for Cameron Dunn. In foul territory, flashing the leather well. Sammy Fenton's next. Double, 2 RBIs in the first inning. She is the one who set the tone, both offensively and defensively. Back out is Grifone. Wondering if she'll be pitching or not in the 3rd game of this series, and the other game later today. Alana Hopkins could perhaps be given the nod too. Those have been the main 3 starters this season for Providence, along with Toomey, who started this game today. 1-2 to Sammy Fenton. Half windy, half calm day, but very sunny. No clouds in the sky. Hooks away. Moves it to 2 balls and 2 strikes. I am genuinely looking, folks. I am seeing 0 clouds today, which is very different than every other day these last few weeks. 2-2. Just a slow roller at 3rd. That's Peterson who goes for it and gets Fenton. 2 outs. Abby Kozo. 2 hits today, also a run scored, and that was in the 5th. Well, again, if this result holds true for Georgetown, they'll be up to double figures this year in the win column. Something that they've been really battling to try and do. Sometimes it just takes a game. We talked about it in the Creighton series. You just need a game to go your way. They got the win against George Mason. That 5-3 win. They got some time off, too. I think it was maybe something that was arguably needed for this team. Got a lot of pitchers throwing a lot of innings. And really, with Julia Parker not being available these last few weeks or so, they have been able to use a lot of pitchers in a lot of different spots. But now with that win against George Mason, it arguably feels this Hoya's team is playing just a little better. Even the Towson loss, you saw some good improvement. Popped up at short. Duma not needing to move either. Records the third out. Off we go to the top of the 7th inning. Wismar looking for the complete game shutout against Providence. Top of the 7th inning. Georgetown and Avery Wismar searching for that complete game shutout. Something that they have not been able to do for a while. A foul ball into right field. It's Gabriella Sebastian, the batter, who is 0 for 2. Strikeout and a line out too short. Another foul ball going to nearly the same exact spot. For Georgetown, it has been a long time since they've shut out any opponent. You got to go back to February 16th, 2024. They won 6-0 against then named IUPUI, now known as IU Indy. Julia Parker went the distance. 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 strikeouts, 86 pitches. Last time the Hoyas have shut out an opponent. One and two the count. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed for Sebastian. One away in the 7th. Second strikeout that Wismar's gotten against Sebastian. Well, 2023, this team had 3 shutouts. Georgetown did so all in, actually 4 shutouts, did so all in non-conference play. The batter for Providence with 1 out in this 7th inning is Grifone. Trying to help her own cause, but looks at a strike. Grounder at second, Rebhan to first. There's 2. 1 more for Wismar. And Georgetown's first Big East win in almost 365 days. Just a little bit more than that. A year and 10 days has been the time that they've waited. And Coach Ross looking for that first Big East win. And Elisa Smith is who stands in the way. Oh and 1 the count. Hit into center. Turner, it's over her head. Bounces off the wall. Smith hustling into second base. Standing up. It's going to be a while or really hard just to keep her out of the conversation. Certainly at the end of this game. And she's got a double. It's her second hit of the game. And Gabby Lee, the next batter. Well, you have to go back to April 28th of 2018, the last time Georgetown shut out a Big East opponent. Here's a chance at second. Reb hand to first. Complete game shutout for Avery Wismar. Hoya's winning 7-0. And evening up this series. Wismar dealing an absolute gem on this Thursday afternoon. And Georgetown with a really big win, and you see what it means and how they all celebrated together, and their first Big East win of the season as well. Don't forget, we got another game 30 minutes after this, but we'll run through things really quick before we sign off for this first game. Of course, it's Wismar who is the big story for this game, but you think about the offense stepping in and scoring as many runs as they've had since the start of March. With 2 runs in the first inning, 3 runs in the fourth. Campos homer has been really important in this game today, and in inning number 6, a couple runs as well. But again, the big story being what Wismar was able to do, and she also gets her first win of the season, 3rd of her career. It finishes with just 5 hits for Providence, 2 errors as well for Georgetown, 7 runs on 10 hits. So Georgetown with a big win. They move to 10 wins on the season and 25 losses, 1-16 in conference play. But hey, there's another one. Chance for Providence to try and win the series. Chance for Georgetown to try and win the series here at the Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. We sign off for the moment. Game 2 will start in approximately 30 minutes. Thanks for joining us today. For Raf Swanis running as producer and camera, I'm Christian Taylor saying so long for now. Final score, Wismar with the complete gate shutout, 7-0 over Providence. We welcome you into Game 2 of this doubleheader between Georgetown and Providence. Absolutely happy to have you with us. Strike one is called to Elisa Smith, facing off against Kayla Dunn for the Hoyas. Hoyas now moving into double figures in their wins this year, picking up their 10th win against the Friars and a 7-0 shutout win for Avery Wismar inside the circle. And it was a much wanted and desired win for Georgetown as they finally get one Big East win on the season. And oddly enough, their last two Big East wins have been against Providence. The one that just happened is this one skips away from first base for Kozo, but good recovery by Rebhan, who is lingering nearby to back it up. And that's the first out of the first inning. But this Georgetown team, their last conference win was April of last year against Providence in Game 2 of the series. And that's exactly what's happened here today for that first win. And it was a really big celebration right down that first base line with Wismar, with everybody. And then a really loud cheer as the whole group was together about 5 or 6 minutes after. And you could tell just in the cheers of these players that it was a win, long time coming. They have just played a lot better in these last few games. And that's what's gotten them to this point. Providence now looking to go back to it. Gabby Lee at the plate. They won Game 1 yesterday and trying to still win this series and keep pace with the teams above them in the Big East, as they are currently on the outside looking in, barely on the outside, but are on the outside. And that loss, now moving to 10-10 in conference play, will not help many causes. 3-1 from Kayla Dunn, who started in yesterday's game, ended up getting the loss. They were able to hold off Providence for a little bit. Remember that 3-run 6th inning that helped propel the Friars to a win. Ripped very nicely into right field by Gabby Lee. Something that she does so frequently, so reliable as the number 2 hitter for this team. And she is the first base runner of the game for anybody. Emma Eichten, the catcher, batting third as we will run through this Hoya's lineup, or this Friars lineup rather. Eichten is third, Emma Duma on deck at fourth. Fifth at first base is Julia Rennie. Sixth at the DP, Kaylin Loncharic. Seventh, Rachel Petrarca at second. Gabriella Sebastian eighth. In right field, and ninth is Sophia Peterson at third. One thing you notice from the lineup is there is no Cameron Dunn. We told you folks is in a little bit of a slump right now. As this one's hit into left field. Back-to-back hits for this Providence offense, as they have 2 runners on here. And it's Emma Duma, the shortstop. So it's an early meeting after a loud first out to this game. The next 2 runners reaching for the Friars. Allows us to read off Kayla Dunn's season. A 4.95 ERA, 5-13 record, her 22nd appearance, 17th start of the season. She's been able to throw a couple of complete games. 87 2/3 innings pitched. And has been holding opposing batters to a .261 average. On umpires for today's game, Dave Mattern behind home plate. Will Yao at first and Brian Sonak at third. Well, we see a rotation of umpires during the doubleheader days. 1-0 is the count. Kayla Dunn stares in towards Emma Duma, and time called there. The count at 1-0. Duma in the first game today went 0 for 3 with 3 flyouts to right field. This one smacked up the center. Rebhand toss to second is in time. No relay by Fenton. A 4-6 fielder's choice. 2 outs and a really good opportunity for Julia Rennie. 150 batting average this year, 3 hits, has 1 homer. Is playing at first base again instead of Dunn. And watch out here, they're gonna try and get her in a pickle. They do get the tag. Or did they not? No, they didn't. She got in safely. It was Emma Duma who tried drawing Georgetown defensively, and they bit. And the run crosses Gabby Lee. And Providence with a 1-0 lead. So did exactly what was needed. Now for Rennie, she'll end up seeing a pitch through. Well, now Providence, who didn't score at all in the last game, now have 1 run here. And do so really early in this first inning. 3-0 is the count. Rennie, the junior from Syosset, New York. Dunn stares in. Here's her delivery and just keeps it in for a strike. Well, Rennie did start the last game. She played role as DP. Actually was pinch hit for at one time of the game by Becca Weaver, but she got hit by a pitch. Look at this clobbered hit, but it goes foul. It's off the side of the clubhouse. Well, they know that there'd be a lot of softballs flying towards the building, so there is softball repellent, if you will. No, it's a big screen in front of the windows. This scoots away, ball 4. For Kaylin Loncharich, the DP. Loncharich this season, this is her 15th game, hitting .400. She has 6 hits. 2 outs. A senior out of California, making a really long trip. If you thought California to DC was long, think about California all the way to Providence, Rhode Island. Excellent city up there in New England. It's a part of really this entire Big East, full of a lot of awesome cities to travel to. 1-1, hits into shallow left. Fenton ranging back for it's off her glove. And another run scores for Providence. It's 2-0. Eichten, who was first taken out on the fielder's choice. It was Duma who continued to run all the way around. She's the one who crosses the plate. 2-0 for Providence. And the Friars very much in business. They started early with a run last game and have done this, or at least yesterday's game, and have done the same now in game 3 of the series. As Kayla Dunn, after getting the first out, now seeing herself in some trouble. Rachel Petrarca, the batter. Well, if you're Providence, this is a brilliant response after being shut out in the last game and giving Georgetown their first shutout Big East win since 2018. which they converted against Creighton. 0-2. As Procharka looks at that one rise up on her. Well, Gabriela Sebastian is on deck if it gets to her. 1-2 the count from Dunn. Trying to get out of this inning. Grounder at third. This should be enough. Strittmatter first. Got it. 2 runs crossed for Providence. And that is their lead as we head to the bottom of the first in Washington, D.C. Bottom of the first inning, as the pitcher for Providence is Jessica Walter, the senior from Middletown, Delaware. And for Walter, she goes up first against Claire Turner. Instead of batting in the 2 spot, she's batting leadoff for this second game today. Walter starting in her second game of the season. And there's her first strike. Doesn't mean that she hasn't pitched. This is her 18th overall appearance, but she's come on mostly in relief. She does have 1 save on the season, the lone save for Providence pitching this year. Foul ball. And Walter, as the senior, just a bit of determination here in her senior campaign. After having a fairly decent career, this one a little blooper just in front of second base, and Turner's going to outrun it, even with Emma Duma coming over. The leadoff batter is on. Brooke Rebhan is next, batting second. As before we talk a little bit more about Jessica Walter, this is how the Hoyas line up. Not really any changes. This is the only swap. Turner and Rebhan rotating between the first batter and the second batter. Bunt laid down by Rebhan. Walter quickly off. Sacrifice bunt successful for Rebhan as Turner moves into second. Emily Strittmatter, who's got a little bit more power next. Would love to tie up this game early. So she's third. Sammy Fenton is fourth at shortstop. Fifth is Abby Kozo at first base. Sixth, Naya Campos at DP. Windup and the delivery for Walter. And it looks to be strike one. Holly Pardini bats seventh for Georgetown. Gabby Park is eighth. And Nina Sarlo is ninth. Walter on the 0-1 pitch. Hit it third. Peterson looks over at Turner. She goes anyways. The out is converted. But Turner now just a little bit closer with 2 outs. And Sammy Fenton, the shortstop, and a 2 RBI double to lead off last game. Trying to strike for the Hoyas in this first inning. And it's a ball one call, just missing inside. Also, Jessica Walter, this is her 67th appearance of her career. Just a lot of good outings in her career. Now, last year was maybe one of the best. She appeared in 17 games, started 8 of them. A 2.84 ERA in 44 innings pitched, including a no-hitter against Stonehill College on March 20th. First that Providence really ever had since 2009. The Skyhawks, newly transitioning to Division I college. 10 games for Walter in 2023, and then her first season, 20 appearances with 7 starts. Had 3 complete games that year. And each year you're just seeing some steady pitching from her. Fairly reliable. And also to note, just having a senior pitcher, it does just so much for you because they've seen it all. They've been in all the situations needed. And they'll have an idea to try and convert and get out of some trouble. You want your leader to be there on the rubber. 2-2. Fenton awaits. Fenton makes a little bit of contact, stays in play. They're going to have to hustle on this. Fenton even diving into first base, can't quite do it. It's Julia Rennie who turned around in time. A 3-4 put out to close off the first. Georgetown leave one stranded. Let's go to the second inning. 2-0 for Providence. Top of the second inning for the Providence Friars as they lead 2-0 against Georgetown. 3 hits in that first inning. Did enough to get to Kayla Dunn, Gabriella Sebastian, Sophia Peterson, and Elisa Smith for this second frame of work. This Providence team needing any result they can get just to try and get into the postseason. Not every team makes it. Georgetown have certainly known that these last handful of years. This will be another one where they don't get in, but it's a matter about how you finish. And the game earlier today was a really good window into what's very possible for this program. That's the first strike of the at-bat. This is a young team, and a young team that should still be returning a lot of core players next year. Feel like they might need some pitching for sure, as that's a swing and a miss. But it really will give an opportunity for Coach Ross to get out there, to find her players, and a way to build up this program after Pat Conlon departed before this season. This one has a lot of power behind it, and it's deep into right and gone. Gabriela Sebastian with a solo home run, and Providence lead 3-0 in the second inning. For Sebastian, that is her 4th home run of the season. Just a lot of danger in that 8th spot of the lineup. I remember she had an error in game 1. As the bunt's laid down by Peterson, this is going to be trouble, and Dunn can't flip it. Peterson with the bunt single. That's her 16th hit of the season. Now all of a sudden, some troubling times for Kayla Dunn. 5 hits for the Friars. Already into this second inning, they have heroically responded after being shut out in the first game. So we were still talking about Gabriela Sebastian. That home run of hers, really important, as it's, again, her 4th of the season. She had 2 yesterday against the Hoyas. This continues to roll nicely. The only other home run she's hit this year was against Boston College on March 18th. But of her career, she never really started hitting home runs until last year. Had 1. And now 4 this season. And her average has really increased too. Usually batting in the mid-100s, maybe even lower, including last season. And there's been another step to her game this year, understanding Sebastian. Her senior year, she needs to make a difference. What a player she's turned out to be. Hitting the left. Right underneath it is Nina Sarlo. 1 out for this second inning. And we'll run through the defense for Georgetown. Behind the plate is Pardini. First base, Abby Kozo. Second base, Brooke Rebhan. Third base, Emily Strittmatter. And at shortstop is Sammy Fenton. By the way, this is Elisa Smith, who had flown out and taken it to now Gabby Lee, who singled her last time up, scored as well. Left field is Nina Sarlo. Center field, Claire Turner. Right field is Gabby Park. Pleasure to have you with us here in Washington, D.C., the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. Shallow hitting to left. Sarlo puts that glove above her eyes. And there's the second out. Back-to-back flyouts to left. Emma Eichten singled in the first inning. Did not score. She was taken out at second base due to a fielder's choice that was hit into by fellow Emma Duma. Kayla Dunn, senior from Holly Springs, North Carolina, has turned into that ace, if you will, this season for the Hoyas. A pitcher who they can rely on just to get some good innings out there, and she's always got a great mind on things. She's not too bad of a hitter either. I've seen her do that in the past. But this year it's been nearly a sole focus on pitching. This one smacked into right and just in foul territory. It hit the brown. 2-1. Dunn has just been everything. I've been playing softball since the age of 10. Now, one thing that you can notice about her, too, is she has some strength to her. You see the muscle in those arms. Just loves weightlifting. It's a big part of her game and why she is so successful. As that lands on the concourse. That was something that she was doing by an early age. She was already weightlifting way before the age of 10. Wanted to just be ahead of that next person, and it's gotten her to a successful Division I career. 2-2. Moves full. It certainly will be sad to see her career come to a close, which isn't too long from now. And watch out as this one is hit deep again, and Sarlo got her glove to it. It does stay in play. Heading home is Peterson, and it's Eichten with an RBI double. 4-0. That was inches away from going over the fence. Saw off the bat that it had a chance, but just never quite got there. Sarlo was underneath it and actually played it decently well. You know, with the standards she sets for herself, that she wanted to make the catch, but it at least stayed in the yard if you're the Hoyas. But now Georgetown down 4-0 in inning number 2. Sage Hager is warming up in the Hoyas pen. And Kayla Dunn with some chatting with Coach Ross. This has been just a magnificent bounce back for Providence. And that's the thing about doubleheaders, isn't it? You can really, in the same day, change the narrative of your day. Because if you lose the first game, but then you end up winning the second, most likely you're feeling more of the effects of the second game. And you feel somewhat, a little more pleased on the day as opposed to just the one loss. You can go out and still get it. There's one game, you lose that game, you're done. Players Duma moves to 1-1 the count. Rounded to a fielder's choice in the first inning. She scored a run. Just a very talented shortstop. Senior from Midland Park, New Jersey. This is the 138th game of her career. 128th start as well. You know, 2022 was a limited year. She had just 6 games. Slowly grew and grew into this lineup, into this team, into this level. And strike 2 is looked at. And already setting her career high in hits this season with 37 of them. 2-2. Oh, that's well out of the hand of Dunn, who seemed to have lost it there. And an easy layoff for Duma. It's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Eichten will be running. Ripped really hard into left. Given the green light to Eichten, they're going to have to hustle with this. The relay is cut off, and they cannot get Duma at first. And she strikes with her first hit of the day and gives Providence a 5-0 lead. The line keeps moving. They've almost hit for the cycle in this inning. Still looking for a triple, Providence. How about Eichten? We told you about her pace in game 1. That was one that maybe could have been stopped from Sarlo and left. That is just how good of an arm she has, but that is how fast Eichten is. It's going to be really hard to get her. Well, the lead is now 5-0. Julia Rennie at the plate. Already, it's the Friars who are down to just 3 players without a hit today. In this second game for Elisa Smith, Julia Rennie, who reached on a walk, and Rachel Petrarca. 2 balls, no strikes from Dunn, and it moves to 3. I've seen a couple of these pitches escape out of her hand in a way that she wouldn't have wanted it to. She readdresses at the 3-0 count, and there's a strike. Well, Kayla Dunn in her career has appeared in quite a few games as this one's hit into right field, and it's caught by Park, and that is the end of the second inning. Providence hit for 3 runs as we go to the bottom half of the second, 5-0. Now Georgetown trying to find an answer as they look at a deficit that they've seen a few times this year as 5-0. This one hits off of Walter, but not recovered the way that Petrarca would have wanted to. She did get the bounce, but the ball was still bobbling in her hand, so Kozo with the leadoff single in the second inning. And Naya Campos, the designated player, hit a home run in game 1 today. Walter winds up and delivers the first pitch, and Campos, you know she's swinging for the fence every time. Strike 1. Now the defense looks like so for Providence with Eichten behind the plate, Julia Rennie at first, Rachel Petrarca at second, Sophia Peterson at third, Emma Duma at short. 0-1. Bunt laid down, nearly caught by Peterson, who was on her horse. Lisa Smithson left, Gabby Lee in center, Gabriella Sebastian in right. We said it in game 1, but that is a talented outfield. A lot of speed out there. 5-0 for Providence. So now Walter's got a little bit to deal with and carry against this Hoya's offense, who were able to strike for 7 in the first game today. That's the first ball of the at-bat. Campos Jr. from Tucson, Arizona. Canyon del Oro High School. And a career that is just slowly but surely marching along. It's always been an option for power. They love putting her at that DP spot just because of the way that she sees the ball. But today is career game number 112 for her in her 104th start. That home run was the 70th career hit for her. Waited for it outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Campos. Now last year was really her best season so far. 312 average, 39 hits, 13 home runs. But she's no secret anymore. She really exploded last year. There's a called strike 3 on Campos, who is just about ready to head to first. But with all the departures for Georgetown, Campos was one of the players who other teams have been really looking at as a player who can hurt you. And that has truly, truly been the case. And she's still been able to maneuver some good things. Well, this is now Holly Pardini, the catcher. Just a great story for her coming in. Just a really hard worker, and you know, she remembers meeting these players at Georgetown, meeting the coaching staff, and just understanding and knowing that this was the place that she wanted to play softball. Love just how all the athletes here, they balanced their sports, of course, but their schoolwork, their career, everything. And that's something that you can really pride yourself with at Georgetown. You're going to have a lot of connections coming out of here and being in Washington, D.C., and this entire area. The Pardini, in fact, it was a dinner with Coach Pat Collin at the time. After that dinner, she just felt that excitement increase, knowing that she wanted to play here. Also knew that she was going to compete for a starting catcher spot as a freshman. That's always very hard to turn away. It ate her up just a little bit. She made some contact, Pardini, and puts it in play. But is thrown out for the second out. Moves the runner over. In Gabby Park now at the plate. Right fielder who has been playing Providence well. Hits it awfully hard down the first base line, and it's fair. Here comes Kozo, she scores. And in a second is Park. Continues her excellent play against Providence. And the Hoyas are on the board. She has 5 hits in this series. Nina Sarlo, who got an RBI in the last game. There's slow growth out of her. Wasn't finding the hits early in the season, but there's been some better plate approaches for her. Sarlo, who's the freshman from Little Ferry, New Jersey. Talks about Kayla Dunn starting softball at the age of 10. Sarlo started at the age of 3. Shows you it doesn't matter when you start. It matters on where you end up. And both are playing here at Georgetown. Pitch from Walter. It's a check swing. It stays in play. She's going to try and run this out, but can't do it because of the great defensive work by Peterson. And it gets Walter out of the inning. 1 run crosses for the Hoyas. 3rd inning next, 5-1. New pitcher for Georgetown is Sage Hager, replacing Kayla Dunn. And Kayla Dunn's 100th pitching outing of her career comes to a close, allowing the 5 runs, 7 hits, and 2 innings work. Providence got to her a little easier than yesterday. And now Sage Hager, it's another chance to rewrite her story. And ball 1 is the first pitch to Kaylin Loncharik. He got a single and an RBI in the first inning. Loncharik has just been a player who can hop in off the bench and make a pretty good impact, and she's getting the start in this one. But Sage Hager, the pitcher, transferring in from Santa Clara over in California. 65 appearances over there. A 20-15 record in her career. A 3.12 ERA. Strike on the swing. And a no-hitter in 2023 against Nevada. Something that so many pitchers strive to do, but not many complete. WCC, not an easy conference either. We'll show a little bit of success over there. Bunt is pulled back. 3 balls, 1 strike to Sage Hager's first batter. Well, she's looking for just a little bit more to go her way from the circle. That's a strike. Hager in her last appearances, she's given up a few runs. Didn't have any earned runs yesterday. She threw an inning and a third. Foul ball again. Against Towson, she allowed 3 runs, a lot of homer. Game before that against Creighton allowed 5 runs. So her last few outings have not been fully ideal, and she'll be the first to tell you that. With 6 runs, 6 runs, 5 runs, 5 runs, 4 runs. Those are 5 of her last 6 outings. Before that, she had 3 scoreless outings against Villanova and Butler. Sage Hager is just a pitcher who throws a lot of good strikes, and some of these hitters have been able to connect on them. And right now, trying to get through this first batter. Hit into right, charging in Park, out number 1. Loncharik set down after getting a hit in her first time up. Rachel Petrarca next. Will ground it out to third in the first inning. Petrarca, senior out of Clearwater, Florida. This is her 175th career game. And a career-high 38 hits as a freshman, as well as 7 home runs. Only hit 4 home runs since then, but she's been adjusting her game a little bit. Hager, foul ball. 11 career home runs, though, for her. In fact, she had that 2 home run game against Rhode Island this season. Her first home run since 2023. And do it against an in-state rival has got to feel good. 0-2. A bouncer dealt by Hager. Georgetown have been able to bring in some pitchers these last few years from the portal. Remember Brooke Blanca a few seasons ago. She'd come in and throw a perfect game against Coppin State a few seasons ago. Waiting on it, grounded at third. Strittmatter, routine to first, 2 away. Couple 5-3 groundouts for Petrarca. That's Gabriella Sebastian, the home run hitter. There's 3 homers in this series. Glad you're with us today. This sunny day, a little bit of wind, not entirely overly warm, but just a really nice day for some softball, and the days are only going to get nicer. But when you're seeing people set up without coats on or anything, that's, that'll tell you, won't it? Sebastian looking at the next pitch from Hager. Ripped away. 0-2. Well, Sebastian's solo homer led off the inning. At the time, had made it 3-0. A few runs have crossed since then. Make it 5-0 and now 5-1. Hager set. Here comes the pitch. And they did not call her out. She checked that swing. And so it stays here. A few players were just about on their way in. So they have to reset. It was close. 1-2 in the top of the third inning. Happy you're with us on YouTube. Hager deals. Popped up right side. It's Rebhan looking into the sun and reaches up for it. That is it for the third. We go to the bottom half. 5-1 for Providence. Claire Turner coming in with the walk-up song of California Knows How to Party. She is from Palo Alto, California. She singled in the first inning. And it gave Georgetown a pretty decent start as she hits a slow roller at third. Cutting it off is the third baseman at Peterson, and she gets her. Oh, we've seen some really good plays out of Peterson. In game one, she played at third, but was the flex. So she didn't bat, but they kept her in because of how good that defense is. It's a perfect example on what she brings to the table. Brooke Rebhan, the batter, who is back for more after her sacrifice bunt in the first inning, and Peterson's ready at third. Clanks off the screen. 0-1. Rebhan moving from the 1 spot in the lineup to the 2 spot for this second game. Number 2 part of the lineup that is very important, as we've discussed. Leadoff, of course, is huge, but gotta have a good 2-hitter. Swinging right through it for strike 2 for Rebhan. Not too bad so far from Jessica Walter. Well, 3 hits, 1 run to cross, but fortunately her teammates have helped her with 5 runs. 1-2. Well, the growth from Rebhan has been tremendous. It's from 1 year to the next. Rebhan popping it up in foul territory, and it stays that way. Last year, well, she started it all really well. The Florida Gulf Coast Kickoff Classic hit 400 there in that series, but ended up finishing the season batting .218. 29 hits and a homer. Now this year, seen that average jump up the 287. You know, you see a few things in collegiate career. Sometimes you see a player as a freshman just explode. And then it's up to them to how they continue the career. And sometimes you see them start a tad slower and just slowly grow into it and learn the pace of the game, learn how to go about things. As that's dropped a third strike, and Rebhan is out anyways at first. But sometimes you got players who start slow, they really work and develop, and as each year goes along, there's progression in play. And Rebhan's already seen a jump. And this year has been solidifying her as a much-needed asset to this lineup. Emily Strittmatter is another one of those. Sophomore from Scottsdale, Arizona. Hit hard at third. It hits off the third base bag. Strittmatter eyeing second base. This is going to be tough. She's thrown out. Smith to Petrarca. And that ends the inning. So a hit for Strittmatter, but she's out at second. That is it for the third. Let's go to the fourth. 5-1 for Providence. Welcome back to the top of the fourth inning. 5-1 for Providence against Georgetown. Happy you're with us. I'm Christian Taylor here on the Georgetown Hoya's YouTube channel. And for Providence at the top of the fourth, they see a 9-1-2. Sophia Peterson starts. She singled, scored a run in the second inning. We talked about her defense today, but hitting is another aspect that she's trying to excel in. Junior out of Bordentown, New Jersey. South Jersey first team selection back in 2022. And grew to last season to 41 starts and a 281 batting average after just 19 games played in her freshman year in 2023. As this one towers a little bit into left field. Sarlo reaching there at the bullpen and rips it back. One out. We've seen great defense out of her this season too. She has grown more and more into this starting lineup. Nina Sarlo. Sarlo in this game is starting her 16th game of the season. Still Danny Koo has started more, but it's been Sarlo as of late. Smacked into right field, and there goes Smith. Watch out, a chance for three. There is the pace of number one, standing up for three. And it was played really well by Park and right. But you just can't stop that speed of Elisa Smith. That is her sixth triple this season. For others, maybe that's only two, maybe just one. But not for Smith. She was eyeing three off the bat. Gabby Lee, who has an extra base hit today, hit her seventh extra base hit of her career in the first game of this doubleheader. Looks at ball one in this game today. She has a hit, scored a run in the first inning, and flew out to left in the second. Shows that bunt. Oh, it's popped up. Pardini with the basket catch. 2 outs. That is huge if you're Georgetown. Get her out of there, but the next batter, Emma Eichten, has a single and a double already. Run scored and an RBI. This has been her game to exploit. Hager has one curled just out for ball one. You know, Eichten had a pretty decent freshman year. 39 games, 38 starts last season, 271 average, and 32 hits. A lot of freshmen would just die to have numbers like that. Had a Big East Freshman of the Week. Slow roller at third, Strittmatter cutting it off, and Georgetown getting out of the inning after the triple by Smith. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 5-1 still for Providence. Sammy Fenton, Abby Kozo, Naya Campos for Georgetown in the fourth inning. Well, there is still some time, obviously, for the Hoyas to get some runs in this game. I have one already, and are down 4, but this is a good part and a good time to get something there. Although the way that Gabby Park's hitting in this series, you feel that maybe that is one of the strongest parts of your lineup there at the 8th spot. Fenton grounded out in the first inning and hit it third over the glove, and now bouncing off the arms of Duma. She caught it, but just couldn't do much else with it. Fenton gets on with a really well-hit ball. Abby Kozo next. Now, Kozo had a single and a run in the second, as accounted for the lone run. Well, folks, I don't know if you can hear it. It's a distance away, but there's an ice cream truck out here outside of the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. But it's not like this is just happening today. This is a constant. I have not seen a game yet this year where it has not driven by. Even the windy game on Tuesday night, it was driving by. And I couldn't believe it. Windy, cold game on Tuesday. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Strike 2 on that swing and a miss by Kozo. And I'll tell you what, folks, every time I'm tempted to run over there and get something. But I haven't done it yet. Kozo batting at an 0-2 count, no outs in the fourth. Here it comes. And a good hold by Kozo. Now Walter still maneuvering here into this fourth inning. Allowed 4 hits and just the 1 run. Everything's been a tad sporadic when it comes to the hits. Nothing too tightly wound up. Count evened up now for Kozo. Well, Turner's got a hit. Fenton's got a hit now. Abby Kozo has one, and Gabby Park. Those are the 4 collected. Pitch on the way, and hit foul. Actually, there should be a 5th hit as well. That was that hit from Strittmatter before she was thrown out at second base. We're trying to go for 2. Walter stares in on this. Here's her pitch. Just throws with a lot of energy. You'd see the really quick windup for her. I saw her warming up before the game, and she looked locked in. And that's been a pretty true case so far. 2-2. Providence wearing their all-black unis today. White numbers, Providence across the chest. Georgetown in the pinstripes. Waiting on it, and wasn't too bad of contact by Kozo, but it stays foul. Well, we've talked about Kozo, a sophomore out of New Jersey. Very versatile player. Seen her pitch, can play outfield, but as of late, a lot of first base for her. 2-2, no outs. Hit it short, an opportunity for 2. There's one at second. Relay to first, not quite in time. But a 6'4" fielder's choice if you're scoring at home. Anaya Campos gets her second chance at the plate. She struck out looking in the second inning. Pitch comes home. So 1 ball, no strikes on Campos. The ever dangerous Campos. Second pitch comes in, and there's a second ball. Well, Providence is, we've talked about, coached by Kelsey Christensen in her second season. And able to make a really nice step from 2023 to last year. A big hack at strike 2 for Campos. But Coach Christensen, 12th ever head coach for this Providence program. She was 2 seasons still here at Providence as the assistant coach and pitching coach, was so the coordinator for recruiting. And now just gets elevated to the head coach spot. But before Providence, she was over at Holy Cross. That's where she played. And before that was a volunteer assistant coach over at Michigan State for a couple of seasons. So folks, at that time I was at Central Michigan. We barely crossed over there. Central Michigan played Michigan State that season, but she helped those Spartans advance to the Big Ten semifinals in back-to-back seasons. Three and two, foul ball. One out in this fourth inning for Campos, who is working this at-bat. Just not giving up without a fight, and neither is Walter. Walter with a long stare into the dugout. Set up and ready to go. Here is her pitch. Oh, it's another called strike three. 2 outs and back-to-back at-bats for Campos. She thought she had a walk, but instead a strikeout. Holly Pardini batting with 2 outs. With Abby Kozo at first base, reaching on a fielder's choice. 1 strike to her. Wow. If you're Georgetown, you feel bad for Campos, but you know she's going to be right back to it next time round. But how about the pitch by Walter? Just icing one on the corner. A great frame job as well by Eichten behind the plate. Really good connection between the two. And a quick 0-2 count to Holly Pardini. Bottom of this 4th inning, as we are just over the midway point of this game. Swung and a miss. Pardini goes down. She's now 0 for 2 today. And Walter delivering back-to-back strikeouts to get out of the inning. She's got 4 in this game. Off to the 5th, 5-1 for Providence. Providence bench getting loud for their fellow batters in this top of the 5th inning. 5-1 is the lead. Emma Duma is the batter. RBI single in the 2nd inning. Also scored in the 1st inning after grounding into a fielder's choice. 1-0 the count. Pitch comes in, makes some contact, and into the gap in right center. It does roll to the wall. Duma into second. Now this is a much better game for her after flying out to right field 3 straight times in the first game today. She now has 2 hits. And Julia Rennie, the batter. Flew out to right fielder last time up. She tries to lay down the bunt. It's foul. She also walked in the first. Well, Providence after this game on Monday and Wednesday, they've got some games next week. They are approaching their bye week, if you will. Remember, every Big East team's got a weekend where they don't play. Georgetown just concluded theirs, but Providence will have one coming up soon. Monday, April 21st, they have a doubleheader at Stonehill in northeastern Massachusetts, followed by another in-state rivalry at Bryant on April 23rd. And then a very interesting one, as both teams might be in about the same boat. Called strike 3 on Rennie. 1 out. It's Caitlin Loncharich. 1 for 2, single RBI. Flew out to right in the 3rd inning. And then the next games, if you will, for Providence. On April 25th to 26th, after the aforementioned games, they're playing Tarleton State. The Texans making their way up from Texas. That is a very unique battle. 1-0, popped up, second base, Rebhan at the lip of the grass. 2 away. And they're just trying to stay as busy as possible, Providence, because then they got a home game against Brown at the end of April, and then one final series to conclude the regular season. It's against Villanova. So it also shows why these games are so important against Georgetown, as Providence don't have too many more chances to get into that postseason spot. And they'll have to try and do something against a good Villanova team. Well, a pinch hitter for Providence, with Duma standing at second base. Instead of Rachel Petrarca, it's Brianna De La Fuente, sophomore out of New Jersey. And ball one is looked at as she takes a really long stride towards third. And time is called as it looks like Coach Christensen will talk with her sophomore, standing at 6 feet tall. And just smiles between the two. And Coach Christensen saying, hey, you got this. Christensen, as we mentioned, in her second season, the batter in De La Fuente skying it towards second base, and it is Rebhan who closes the mitt on the third out of the 5th inning. Let's go to the home half of the 5th, and Georgetown, they still trail by 4. Georgetown have about 3 innings to go to try and get something out of this third game. Try to win the series, but Providence are working for the postseason. Trying to find it. And knowing that they need a win just to keep pace with the teams above them. And it is Jessica Walter who is putting in a good game so far. 4 innings of play, 1 run, 5 hits. Nobody for Providence have really been able to retire this batter in Gabby Park. Double and an RBI in the 2nd inning. Delivery coming from Walter. And Park looks at the first ball of this count. Immaculate Heart Academy is where she attended high school. She was a finalist for North Jersey Player of the Year, 21-22. 3-time first-team All-League selection. Park waits And a ball called. Park hitting .259 this season. Looking for her third straight game of 2 hits after going 0 for 2 in 3 straight. Park watches that one slide in. 2-2. Had that home run in yesterday's game, counting for the lone run against the Friars. And this exact scoreline, here it comes. Ripped up the center! It's another 2-hit game for Park. 3 straight. Wow. You just love to see it out of her. That average climbing and climbing. The Hoyas with a runner on base here. In business. Down by 4. Pinch hitter for Georgetown is Juliana Paul. On line in here. She got her first hit in over a year in the first game against Creighton. And a big hack through that pitch. Sophomore out of West Hampton, New Jersey. One of the first players off the bench for Coach Ross. She's got some good speed out there. They like to use her as a defensive replacement as well. Bunt was laid down. They have the option to do so with just no outs in this 5th inning. Now Jessica Walter now pitching with a runner on and goes right in at Paul. First strike 3. And Claire Turner as the lineup cycles to the top. Turner 1 for 2. And a single in the first inning, ground out to third in inning number 3. And another quick relay to first in case of Gabby Park doing something over there. Well, for Georgetown, what's coming up next for them? As they are at George Washington on April 22nd. That's Tuesday, before they got an away trip to UConn. First game on Friday being on FS1. And then it's home series against DePaul, and then that's it for the year. It's crazy to think that there's only 3 games left here at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. Feels like it just started, didn't it? I swear softball season goes just about as fast as all of them. Spring sports, it kind of tends to be that way, doesn't it? Lacrosse too, you know that. Lacrosse play for about 2 or 3 full months, and then that's it. Some of these players for both teams closing in on some of their final games. Short popper at third, and it's routine for Peterson. 2 outs. It's another one hit to third for Turner. Brooke Rebhan next. A sacrifice bunt in the first and a strikeout swinging in the third. Sophomore out of Miami, Florida. Well, Park led off this inning with a single, and she has been stranded over there since. And now she's going to go to second. She won't be stranded there for much longer. Excellent backup by Lee, preventing Park from advancing any further. So taking it into her own hands, Park. Trying to get into scoring position, trying to help out her batter at the plate. Pulling the trigger on the next pitch, Park going midway between second and third. Prancing over there at second base. Really quick runner and somebody who is just in great form right now. Bunt laid down again by Rebhand. She's going to try and run this out. It just goes foul. That is why everybody stopped. There was still some movement on the ball. I mean, it did kind of catch everybody by surprise. She would have gotten there. That was the best option for her not to reach first base, was to just not touch it. 1-2. Walter one strike from getting out of this fifth inning. Delivery here. And there it is. Called strike three. She's got a few of those today. That is all for the fifth. Final couple of frames coming up. Sixth inning is here in D.C. 5-1 for Providence. Here come Providence right at you at the top of the sixth inning. Gabriella Sebastian, Sophia Peterson, and Elisa Smith. 8-9-1 for the Friars. They look to hold on, leading by 4 runs. Sage Hager's come in and looked pretty decent for the Hoyas, but now allows one into deep right. Park gets out of her reach, and it bounces over the fence for a ground rule double. Sebastian's having a good game. Now a homer and a double, and it could have been 3 maybe, had that ball not bounced over the fence. That could be number 7 standing at third. That's Sophia Peterson, who has a single and a run. Try and hit her around. The Friars are searching for some insurance just to help out Walter a little bit more. Bunt laid down, and some miscommunication, but Strittmatter stumbles right as she collected. It's a bunt single for Peterson. And watch out, top of the lineup for Elisa Smith. Sage Hager needs to play her cards right. This could get out of hand if not dealt with properly. Lisa Smith has her hit with the triple, and here goes a chance for a stolen base, and they're going to trap Georgetown again in this rundown. A run does cross, and Peterson doesn't quite get back. They get the out, but another run crosses. It's the second time they've gotten that today. So that makes it 6-1. Sebastian crossed home. That's always a hard one to score, isn't it? Especially being in the pickle. But now there's no runners on for Elisa Smith. 0-1 count. Now that happened in the first inning. Duma at the plate, remember, runners at first and third. Bunt laid down anyways here. First base is open. Smith gets in. Saw the bunt as an option still. My, oh my. I mean, Georgetown did a okay job of containing her in the first few at-bats of the game. Now these last two, she's been typical Elisa Smith. Gabby Lee has a hit today. That was in the first inning. She came around to score. Elisa Smith will always threaten to steal. One out. And a run now extended away from Georgetown. As the journey back turns a little bit harder. Well, Smith looking very persistent in stealing second, but always stops about a quarter of the way through. A tying of the shoe inside the circle. Hager being used as the second pitcher in this game. After Kayla Dunn started this game, the 100th appearance in her career. Hager has needed to come on in relief. It's actually the first run that Hager has allowed since she's come on. 5 runs crossing because of the Friars bats in the first 2 innings. That time Smith was going, although she knew that there was some contact too. But 12 overall hits in this game after not scoring a single run in the first leg of the doubleheader. Now bounce back with a performance like this. And are 6 outs away from winning the series. Moving back 1 game above 500 in conference play. 3 balls, 1 strike to Gabby Lee. Hager looks in at her wrist and fires. Ball 4. Emma Eichten, 2 for 3. Single, double, RBI, and a run. Last time up was the first time she was sat down. The ground out to third. That was what concluded the inning in the 4th. Looks at a strike. Happy you're with us today. It's a doubleheader day in D.C. Oh, 1 coming. Grounder at third again. Strittmatter had turned around but knew she just needed to get the out. And how about Kozo sprinting in just to keep Smith there. A back-to-back 5 threes for Eichten. Emma Duma's next. She has had a really good day. She did ground into a fielder's choice in the first, but she came around to score. An RBI single in the second and a double to lead off the 5th inning. Duma awaits as the slider breaks out of the strike zone. Senior from Midland Park, New Jersey. Just a really good season for her, and that defense, she flashes that leather. Part of the conversation is one of the better shortstops in this conference. And there's a lot of good ones, including the one on the other side. And Sammy Fenton. Two and 0. Runners on second and third for Providence with 2 outs. And time called for Hager as they'll look to reconfigure just about everything here. It's turned into a fascinating Game 3 of the series. And Providence have held the lead the entire time. Another one that just misses. That moves out to 3-0. On deck is Julia Rennie. Set up on this one. Hager fires home, and there's the first strike of the at-bat. Of course, lingering nearby in the on-deck circle is Hannah Aldrich, so maybe it would be her time to have a crack at it. Hit in the left, and it always continued foul. That's exactly where it went. Now we'll see if it does get to Aldrich or not, but this count has all of a sudden moved full. After trailing in the count 3-0, Sage Hager, she's worked back. Some hittable pitches, and there's ball 4. Bases are loaded. And here comes the pinch hitter in Hannah Aldrich, senior from Taunton, Massachusetts. Led the team in batting average last season at .328. And Hager will get a talking to as they go with strategy. 43 hits last year for Hannah Aldrich. It was just a really good season for her. This season, it's still been really good. Just hasn't seen any action yet in this game. .302 average, 29 hits. This is now her 38th game of the season. She played a role as DP in yesterday's game. Did have a hit, scored a run. Also struck out once. So each one of these games in this doubleheader, you have a pretty routine player not performing. So Aldrich obviously in the first game today, but now in the second one, Cameron Dunn. Dunn is in a little bit of a slump as we talked about. As of late, she's still the team leader in average. Aldrich with a 1-1 count. Bases loaded for her really big spot. Ball 2. Now, Aldrich started her career over at Lehigh in 2022. It appeared in 32 and 15 starts, 7 runs. Games at DP and over at third base too. 2-1. Hooks in for strike 2. Participated in track and field in high school as well as softball or at Taunton High School. Here it comes. Some contact but foul. They'll do this again. As the sun is shining brightly in DC, maneuvering its way around the sky. As we have almost reached 4 p.m. in DC. Wind up and the delivery. Swung on and missed. Hager with a big strikeout. And keeps Georgetown in the conversation as we go to the bottom of the 6th. And Georgetown need to get their runs, down 6-1. Go 3-4-5 for Georgetown. Emily Strittmatter hitting here. Had a hit in the third inning, but was thrown out at second base. And she was trying to go for two. Georgetown trailing 6-1 in the bottom of the sixth inning. And looks to loop it fair, can't do so. It is still Jessica Walter on the rubber. New first baseman for Providence is Cameron Dunn. It's her usual spot, but taking the place of Rennie, who was pinch hit for by Aldrich there in the top of the sixth. 0-2 count to Strittmatter. She also grounded out to third base in the first inning. Well, if something were to happen for Georgetown in this game, something you feel would need to start happening here. Hit it short. Duma coming across for it. And a slight attempt by Strittmatter just to reach out for it. Sammy Fenton next. Was hitting in this cleanup spot for Georgetown. He's doing awfully well there. Fenton over at Penn had 132 games. 260 batting average. And an average that she's seeing again this year. It's about where she's hitting. Here comes the delivery. Reach for, into shallow right. Sprinting in Sebastian. And a quick out against Fenton. So that puts her out of the way if you're Walter. Abby Kozo next with 2 outs in the sixth. Providence just getting that much closer to what would be an 11th Big East win this season. Ripped it first, and Dunn was frantically working over to it. Here's the weird thing with this day, folks, is, you know, it's warm out here, weather-wise. I mean, the sun's out, it's beautiful. But when you feel that wind, it's a cold wind. Well, it's kind of hard to judge. But I think that's the telltale sign of weather moving and warm weather coming in. All the cold air is being blown out of here. Warm air coming. 0-2 to Kozo. Be huge for Walter if she can go 1-2-3. Pitch comes in, hit it to left. It's down for a base hit. Kozo keeps the inning alive. It's her second hit of the game. Nia Campos. Well, one swing of the bat would put Georgetown just a little bit closer. A decent fan showing for this game today, too. This is a stadium that doesn't have crazy amounts of seating, as this one was backed off of Dunn as she tried the backhand, and Campos taking advantage of the wild deflection. Now all of a sudden runners at first and second with 2 outs. Holly Pardini next. Anyways, what we were saying is, you know, there's a couple rows of bleachers, but a cool aspect of this place, we've shown you that clubhouse. You go up some steps, you got a nice little overlook, picnic area. And usually a lot of fans like to park there. And watch out, this is hit fairly deep and just off the top of the wall. Wasn't too bad of an effort by Smith. And they're going to hold at third. Campos. Pardini nearly cleared it. A run crosses. 6-2. And they're doing this with 2 outs, Georgetown. And it's the dangerous Gabby Park. Well, this is exactly who you want up right now. 2 for 2. As an RBI. Now 9 hits for Georgetown. They've almost tallied as many as Providence had. Problem is, hits aren't as clinical or clutch as Providence have made theirs today. This is huge. 1-0. As good of a chance as any for Georgetown to get more runs. 1-1 after that swing and a miss for Park. Pardini at second, Campos at third. Was a good hold up. Might have been taken out at home. Called strike 2. See how Walter wants to go with this. If she tries to get a chase pitch down, or if she goes right at Park. Delivery on the way for Walter. Stays out of there, so she was trying the chase pitch. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the 6th. This midweek trip for Providence to our nation's capital. Chopper at second, backhanded nicely. And Petrarca gets her out at first. Georgetown leave a couple stranded. They do get 1, but they're down 4. So we march to the 7th inning. Providence holding on, looking for some insurance. Single and RBI in this game. That was in the first inning. She's the DP. Hager just trying to keep things here within 4. Coach Ross is speaking with the home plate umpire. And what was just relayed will now be relayed to Coach Christensen. Everything all looks very much the same out there. Doesn't seem to be any defensive replacements. And here we go for the 7th inning. Well, Hager's still out there. She has steadied the ship after Kayla Dunn's start, where she allowed 5 runs. Just 1 run on Hager's watch and 4 innings of work. Georgetown been able to get some good relief performances these last few games. Smacked in the right. Park, it's hers. 1 away. Wismar the other night against Towson. And now Hager here in this one. Rachel Petrarca 0 for 3. She has a little bit of power behind this one. It looks to carry deep, and it's over the fence. Petrarca with a home run. Extends the lead out 7-2 for Providence. Second home run given up in this game. One by Dunn and now by Hager. Third home run of the season for Petrarca. And that was a line shot over the fence. For her career as well. That is her 12th home run. We talked about the home runs, how she was just such a good home run hitter. Her first season was 7, had just 4 in the meantime. Now that's her 12th career home run. And this is just, oddly enough for her, average-wise, her lowest average season. 227. Year 2 was her best average at 295. But that great bat is still in there, and it has come out in many, many occasions this season, including there. Now, Gabriela Sebastian, who homered in the second inning, she's up at the plate. There's some production in the bottom 3 of the lineup for the Friars. And production everywhere in this game. 7 runs crossing after getting almost 0 production everywhere in the first game today. You have to imagine that's what Coach Christensen was imploring for her team to do, is wake up the bats. But there's a strikeout for Sebastian. And it's Sophia Peterson. Bunt single last time up. Also has a run in this game. Sage Hager looking for an exit. Well, again, for Providence with a win, that would get them into a pretty decent spot. Not necessarily securing a postseason spot, but they'll be able to watch everything all unfold elsewhere this weekend, as they will be looking and hoping for some results this weekend elsewhere. Villanova and Butler going and playing today. St. John's and Creighton too. For Providence, they'll be hoping for some Creighton losses. And that's one of those spots that they'll be trying to grab. UConn and DePaul is another one of the series. But to get into the postseason, is this one is towering into center. Turner underneath. There it is. And they get out of the 7th. Let's go to the bottom half. Georgetown need 5 to tie up, 6 to win. That's after this. Danny Koo is pinch hitting for Georgetown in the 7th inning for Nina Sarlo, who was also pinch hit for in the 5th inning by Juliana Paul. And Danny Koo just trying to start something up for the Hoyas as they need 5 to tie. And she swings at the first pitch and sends it foul. Well, Georgetown, at the end of the day, no matter what the result is from this final one, they do get that first Big East win of the season. That'll be something to hang their hat on. And what is very apparent in this game is this ability to hang around and a pop out to start off the inning. Meaning this team never really stopped battling. Always getting some hits and some good relief work out of Sage Hager. You know, for her, this is a really important outing. To go the length that she did, only allowed a couple of runs. A step in the right direction for Sage Hager, who we had mentioned had seen some pretty rocky previous outings. Just a little for Providence. The response that they've had after losing 7-0 in the first is this one's ripped right back down the left field line. She's going to try for 2. Turner is in. 1 out double. It's her 2nd hit. Or so it had seemed. Looks like Maggie Howard's going to come in and pinch hit. Now, Rubhan had been 0 for 3. First team All-State outfielder for 6A. First team WPIL All-Section outfielder as well. This season for Howard, she's batting 143 as this is her 10th appearance of the season. Time is called. She does have 1 hit, and that was against Creighton on April 6th, her first collegiate hit. And she will certainly grow into this team and this level. Just a really talented player. Play role is outfield. So if you're able to find her, she some of those games at Hempfield Area High School were streamed. You can find her. She speaks awfully well. She was interviewed after one of her games, and she just has a desire for this game, and just everything about her is very promising. Now, this year's just a year of dipping her feet into the water. Well, this is a really big chance here, a chance to go up against a senior. Seen a lot of experience in her Friars career. 1-1, she got a piece of it, and she'll stay alive. Foul ball. Strike 2. 7-2 the score. Runner at second base is Claire Turner. Looks back to business after missing a few games. Still isn't afraid to go at anything. Seen her have a couple of chances at the fence in the meantime. 1-2. Swung on and missed on the riser. Two outs. Georgetown out down to their last out. Emily Strittmatter. Well, through this game, it was those big 5 runs in the first 2 innings for Providence have helped control the pace. Strittmatter hits it pretty deep. But then Georgetown did a good job of settling the ship a little bit. They actually responded in the second inning. with an RBI double for Park, who's ended with a really good day. 3 straight 2-hit performances. Strip Matter hit at third. This could be it. Throw to first by Peterson. They got her, and that is all as Providence bounce back in Game 2 today and win the series 2-1. Georgetown tried chipping back as this game continued, but just couldn't quite get it closer than 5 or 4 runs, and it ends in a 7-2 win for Providence. As we remind you, they've only got one more Big East series left. It's the start of May against Villanova. Georgetown, they go to UConn, but their next home series, the start of May, against DePaul. But that'll do it for us here today in Washington, D.C. Shout out to Raph Swanes, who was great on camera and producer today. I'm Christian Taylor saying so long. Final score in Game 1 today was 7-0 for Georgetown, and Game 2, 7-2 for Providence. We'll see you next time, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.